Welcome back, night dwellers. This one is close, too close. It's the middle of the night. House is quiet. You're half asleep, and then you hear it. Not creaks, not rats. Someone whispering, and they're saying your name over and over, like a chant, from inside the air vent. You freeze. You don't breathe. You wait for it to stop. Next morning, you unscrew the grate. Just dust. Nothing else. But you know what you heard. Before we begin, like the video, subscribe if you're new, and tell me in the comments what time is it for you, and where in the world are you watching from. Now, breathe deep. Listen close. And relax. I used to sleep with a fan on, white noise kind of person. Not because I was scared of silence, but because it helped blur the edges. Block out the creaks and groans that old houses like mine make when they settle. The usual stuff, pipes shifting, floors expanding, the fridge doing its occasional weird rattle thing. You learn to live with it. But this wasn't that. This was something else. The first night it happened, it was around 2 a.m. I had gone to bed late, still wired from too much coffee and a dumb documentary that made me think about survivalists and what people keep hidden in their basements. My room was dark. The fan was on. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was just lying there, not quite asleep, not fully awake either when I heard it. It came from the ceiling vent, the one above the closet. At first I thought it was just airflow, but it wasn't that hollow whooshing sound. It had shape, rhythm. Then I caught something clear, a word, my name. Soft, drawn out, just the 2 syllables, like a breath being pulled through teeth. I froze. You know when your brain wants to tell you it's nothing? That it's just sleep distortion? Or maybe a dream? I wanted to believe that, but I wasn't dreaming. I was staring at the vent, fully conscious. Heart pounding in that quiet, shallow way where you don't move a muscle because you think whatever's happening will stop if you don't acknowledge it. Then it said it again. My name, I see you. This time it was slower, like whoever or whatever was saying it wanted to be absolutely sure I heard. It didn't sound angry, it wasn't loud, but there was something, focused in the way it said it. Like it wasn't just noise, it was direction, it was at me. I didn't sleep after that. I laid there for the rest of the night, barely blinking. I watched the shadows on the ceiling change shape as the moon shifted and headlights from the street passed by, but I didn't hear anything else. Just that one line, repeated twice, and then nothing. In the morning, I told myself I had dreamed it. That's what you do when something doesn't fit. You fold it up and put it in the dream box, but I knew I hadn't, not really. Still, I got up, made coffee, and went about my day. But I kept glancing at the vent, that little square metal grate high on the wall, just above the closet door, the one that had never bothered me before. It didn't look different. There were no marks, no sounds, no smell, just stillness. By lunchtime, I decided to open it. I had to drag a chair from the kitchen and stand on it, which made me feel ridiculous. I unscrewed the corners with the little multi-tool I keep in the junk drawer. The vent cover came off easy. Behind it, just blackness and dust. I stuck my phone in and turned on the flashlight. The duct stretched back about 4 feet before curving. Nothing inside. No signs of a person, no evidence that anything had been crawling around. I checked again, still nothing. No wires, no speakers, no objects tucked away. Just empty air. I left the vent cover off. That night, I told myself I had fixed the problem, that maybe a loose piece of metal had shifted and created some freak acoustic echo, or maybe a neighbor had their TV on too loud, something rational, something boring. But around the same time, just after 2, I heard it again. From the same place. It said my name. Not yelled, whispered. And then it added a new line. You shouldn't have looked. That was when I sat up, full body alert. I felt every nerve switch on at once. I wasn't just scared. I was alert in a way I hadn't been since the night my car was broken into years ago, and I had to chase someone off with nothing but a flashlight and adrenaline. I grabbed my phone, opened the recorder app, hit the red circle. I sat there, phone aimed at the vent, not saying a word. But it didn't repeat, not that time. I waited for 10 minutes, then 20. Nothing. When I played the recording back, it was just room tone, my own breathing, one creak near the end, no voice, no whisper. I didn't sleep again that night either. I stayed up watching the vent, the closet door, the hallway. In the morning, I showered with the bathroom door open. That was a first. I kept thinking over and over, what does that even mean? You shouldn't have looked. Looked at what? The vent? Inside it? The space around it? I put the cover back on around noon, just to feel like I had taken some control back. I considered calling a heating specialist, or maybe a building inspector, someone who could check the ductwork. Maybe even a paranormal investigator, if I was really stretching it. But I didn't call anyone. Because part of me, and this is what I hate admitting, part of me, didn't want to know what they'd find. I didn't tell anyone yet. I didn't want to be that person, the one who hears voices in vents and assumes ghosts or stalkers. But I couldn't deny how specific it had been. My name, the warning, the timing. Whatever it was, it knew me. It was watching. And worse, it didn't want to be found. I spent most of that day pretending I wasn't thinking about it. That helped a little. I went grocery shopping. I reorganized the spice rack. I swept under the couch, which I hadn't done in way too long. Anything to keep my brain occupied with things I could control. And for a few hours, I convinced myself that maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was something between sleep and waking, a false memory. I didn't believe that deep down, but I needed to at least try acting like I did. I made a point not to look at the vent. It sounds stupid saying that out loud. It's just a piece of metal on a wall, but I avoided it the way you avoid eye contact with someone in a room you do not trust. That little square had become a presence, not an object, and I knew the second I gave it attention again, I would lose any illusion of peace. Around 6 in the evening, I caved and checked the hallway camera. I had an old security system set up years ago when break-ins were on the rise in the area. Nothing fancy, just 2 indoor cams facing the hallway and living room. The hallway one caught a partial view of the vent outside the bedroom, and I figured maybe I would see something. A flicker, a shift in shadow, something I had missed. The playback showed nothing. Just me walking back and forth, brushing my teeth, turning off the lights, getting into bed, the usual pacing I do when I can't sleep. No sound, no figure, no movement in the duct. Nothing even close to strange. I watched it 3 times anyway. It was around midnight when I finally went to bed. I didn't turn the fan on this time. I wanted to hear everything. I laid there with the lamp still on and stared up at the ceiling. At one point, I realized I had barely blinked in 20 minutes. I stayed that way until a little after 2. That was when I heard it again. Soft, slow, familiar. My name. Just once this time. No added sentence, no chant, just that one whisper rising up from the vent like someone breathing it through the walls. And then silence. Not even the usual creaks or distant car noise from outside, just a stillness that felt like the house had been paused. I didn't move. I kept my body perfectly still, but my eyes were wide open, locked on the vent like it might peel open and show me what was on the other side. The whisper didn't come back. After about 10 minutes, I sat up. The lamp was still on. The room was exactly as I had left it, nothing out of place. Except something was different. I smelled something. It was faint, not unpleasant, but strange, like old wood, damp paper, something earthy but too clean. I stood up slowly and walked toward the vent. No sound, no whisper, just the smell. It didn't seem to be coming from the duct itself, more like it was leaking into the room, maybe from behind the walls, maybe from the crawl space below the house. I checked the thermostat. The heat hadn't kicked on in hours. I pressed my hand to the wall beneath the vent. It felt warm. That was enough for one night. I backed away, turned off the lamp, and went to sleep on the couch. The next morning, I barely touched my coffee. I sat at the kitchen table, staring at my phone, debating whether I should make a report. Not with the police, not yet, but maybe a contractor. Someone who could come out and inspect the ducts properly. But what would I even say? That I heard whispers in my vents, and now the walls smell weird. I opened a note on my phone and typed it all out anyway, just in case. A record for myself. That day was quiet again. No new sounds, no more smells. But I kept noticing small things around the house that didn't look the way I remembered. A picture frame slightly off-center, a light bulb that had been screwed in tighter than I'd left it, a spoon in the drying rack I hadn't used in weeks. Individually, they were easy to dismiss, but stacked together, they felt like a pattern, a subtle one, something or someone adjusting my surroundings, but not in ways that made sense, not theft, not vandalism, just shifting. That night, I shut the bedroom door. I locked it, even though I knew that was useless if something was already inside the vents, but it gave me a sense of separation, a buffer. Like maybe the whisper wouldn't reach me if the door was closed. It did anyway. Around the same time as before, just after 2. This time it was louder. Still not loud exactly, but more distinct, like it was pushing more air through the duct to reach me. It said my name again, then paused, then said, "You're changing the pattern." I did not sleep after that. I didn't even get off the bed. I just sat with my back against the headboard and waited for daylight. In the morning, I opened the vent again. Nothing had changed. Same emptiness, same dust, no wires, no markings. But now I had something else to think about. The voice knew I had changed something, and it was watching my reactions, not just observing, studying. It was reacting to me, responding, which meant whatever this was, it wasn't random. It had rules, and I had just broken one. By that third night, I had stopped pretending it was my imagination. That part of my brain, the one that likes rational explanations, the one that says everything has a cause and a solution, had started going quiet. Not gone completely, but shrinking, because whatever this was, it was persistent and personal, and worse than that, it was escalating. I started noticing the voice wasn't just whispering, it was adjusting, reacting, almost like it was gauging what I paid attention to and leaning into it, like it wanted to be heard, but only on its own terms. And when I stepped too far out of line, like checking the vent or locking the door, it responded, not with violence, not yet, but with new rules. That next day, I kept the bedroom door open. I didn't look at the vent directly. I moved through the house the way I usually would, brushed my teeth, made eggs, answered a few emails. Tried to act like I wasn't thinking about it, even though every time I passed beneath the duct, I felt it, that pressure, that subtle pull of attention, like being watched in reverse. I decided to sleep on the couch again that night, not because it felt safer, but because I couldn't take another night of sitting upright in bed, staring at the ceiling. The couch at least made me feel like I was choosing something, not just reacting. Around 1 a.m, I heard the first noise. It wasn't the whisper this time, it was softer, a low scraping sound, like something brushing against metal. It came from the vent above the TV, the one in the living room wall. I stared at it for a long time without moving. I didn't even blink. The sound came again, not a voice, not words, just the suggestion of movement. I waited. Then faintly, I heard it from the bedroom vent. It repeated my name again. But this time, the whisper wasn't just soft, it was uncertain. Like a question. That was the first time I felt something close to pity. I know how strange that sounds, but in that moment, the whisper didn't feel malevolent. It felt lonely, curious, like it had been trying to reach someone for a long time, and now that it had, it didn't know what to do next. I stood up slowly and walked down the hallway toward the bedroom. I didn't go inside. I just stood in the doorway and looked at the ceiling. The vent didn't move, nothing changed. But I could feel something shift in the air, like it had noticed I was standing there, like it was waiting. So I said something, just a single word. Why? I don't know what I expected, probably nothing, but I felt the word leave me like a stone dropped into still water. Something about finally speaking back made the whole house feel different. And then I heard it. Not the same whisper, not the same voice. Something deeper, from the floorboards maybe, or behind the drywall. It said very clearly, "Because you are still here." I backed away from the doorway slowly. I didn't run. I didn't slam any doors. I just returned to the couch and sat down, heart pounding so hard it made my hands shake. I stayed there the rest of the night. In the morning, I did something I had been putting off. I pulled out the crawlspace hatch under the stairs. It was small, I had only ever opened it once before, when I first moved in, just to check the insulation. It smelled like dust and fiberglass and old wood. I grabbed a flashlight and scanned the space. At first, it was just what I expected: darkness, low beams, and insulation. But then I saw something that didn't belong. Near the back corner, just past where the ductwork curved through the joists, there was a small stack of objects: paper, cardboard, a cup. I crawled toward it slowly. The cup was mine, one of the plastic tumblers I had lost last year. I had written it off as thrown away by accident, but there it was, clean, upright, full of dust. Underneath it, there were 3 folded pieces of paper. I opened the first one and saw my handwriting. A grocery list from months ago: bananas, dish soap, rice, batteries. The second one was a takeout receipt. The third was blank. All 3 had been carefully placed beneath the cup, like someone had been collecting scraps of my life, useless things, but personal. Not stolen, curated. I crawled out fast, heart in my throat, and slammed the hatch shut. I wanted to throw the papers away, burn them even, but I didn't. Instead, I left them on the kitchen table. That night, I stayed up again. I didn't try to record anything. I didn't check the vents. I didn't speak. I just waited. And sure enough, around 2 in the morning, the voice returned. This time, it was closer. But it didn't say my name. It said, "You found our place." Then a long pause. And then, "Do you see now?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because I did not know what it wanted me to see: the objects, the message, the pattern. Or something worse. Something I hadn't noticed yet. After that last whisper, I didn't speak aloud in the house again for 2 full days. Not even to myself. I don't know why. It wasn't a plan. It just sort of happened. I would catch myself about to mutter something under my breath, then stop. Like the idea of my voice bouncing off the walls felt dangerous. Like if I said anything, I might invite more of it. I was starting to feel like a guest in my own home, walking slowly, stepping lightly, listening more than I moved. The crawlspace hatch stayed shut, but I kept glancing at it. Same with the vent in the bedroom. I had started avoiding that part of the house entirely. I'd sleep on the couch, keep the hallway lights on, and only go into the bedroom during the day to grab clothes or charge my phone. It's strange how fast you can get used to shrinking your life into a smaller space. The living room and kitchen became my safe zone. Everything else, off limits. I did try calling someone eventually. Kayla, an old friend from college. We hadn't talked much lately, but I knew she'd listen. She always had. I didn't give her the full story. I just said I was dealing with some weird noises in the house, and it was making me nervous. She offered to come over. I said no. She offered again. I said I wasn't really up for company, and that was true. I didn't want to explain it to anyone in person. Not because I thought they wouldn't believe me, but because saying it out loud might make it more real. Instead, I asked her if she thought it was possible for someone to live inside a house without being seen, like actually live in the walls or the attic. She went quiet for a second and then said, "Yeah, there've been stories like that. Why? Are you hearing things?" I told her it was probably just the ductwork. She didn't believe me, but she let it go. Later that night, I was brushing my teeth and trying to ignore the fact that the hallway light had flickered twice in the last 10 minutes. Just a slight dimming, like a power sag, then bright again. It wasn't enough to set off the alarm, but it was enough to feel intentional. I spit into the sink and looked up, and that's when I saw the steam on the mirror. I hadn't showered, but the glass was fogged near the top, like someone had breathed on it. And right in the middle, drawn lightly with a fingertip, were 5 vertical lines. No curves, no message, just 5 lines, uneven, like tally marks. I backed out of the bathroom slowly and shut the door without touching the handle. My stomach dropped in a way that was different from before. Not fear, something worse, like shame, like I had done something wrong without knowing it, and now the house was disappointed. I didn't sleep. The whisper didn't come that night, and maybe that was the scariest part. The silence. The next morning, I checked the bathroom again. The steam was gone. The mirror was clean. No marks. I ran my finger over it to check for residue. Nothing. I walked to the crawlspace hatch and crouched in front of it for a long time, just listening. No sound. No movement. But the sense of being watched had shifted again. It wasn't just from the vents anymore. It felt broader, wider, like the house itself was now involved. I started writing things down, not for anyone else, just for me. Dates, times, what I heard, what I saw. I logged everything, even the small stuff, where I left objects, whether they had moved, how I felt when I woke up. By the end of the week, I had filled 3 full pages. Most of it looked unremarkable, but in the middle of the 3rd page, something stood out. Every time I had heard the whisper, it had happened at roughly the same time, between 2 and 2:15 in the morning. And each time, I had done something unusual the day before. The first time, I stayed up later than normal. The second time, I opened the vent. The third, I spoke aloud. The fourth, I found the items in the crawl space. Every time I changed my behavior, it responded. That night, I did nothing. No speaking, no searching, no staring at the vent. I watched an old movie with the volume turned low, ate dinner on the couch, left the bedroom door shut. No questions, no movement. And for the first time in days, I fell asleep. I woke up to complete darkness. The power was out. No lights, no fan. The clock on the microwave was blank. I sat up slowly, ears wide open. No whisper, no footsteps. But the house felt full. I don't know how else to describe it, like someone had taken all the silence and packed it into every corner, like the air was thicker, more awake. I reached for my phone. It was dead. I always charged it at night. I walked to the breaker box and opened it. All the switches were still on, but nothing was working. I stood there, trying to figure out what to do next, when I heard something from the kitchen. Not a whisper. A click. Then another. It was the sound of my stove turning on, one burner at a time. I walked back slowly, heart pounding, and looked into the kitchen. All 4 burners were glowing red, and in the center of the table was the cup from the crawl space. Clean, upright, empty. Next to it, a small piece of paper. I approached it carefully, almost like I expected it to vanish if I moved too fast. The paper had just 4 words written in pencil. We kept it safe. No signature. No explanation. I turned off the burners one by one, sat down at the table, and stared at the cup. And that was when I finally asked myself the real question. What exactly did they mean by we? I didn't touch the cup after that. I just left it sitting there on the table with the note beside it. I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be a gift or a warning. There was nothing threatening about it on the surface. No mess, no smell, nothing out of place, just the burner clicks and the paper and that same old plastic cup. But the fact that it came from the crawl space and now it had been moved again, arranged like some kind of offering, made me feel like I had crossed into territory I didn't understand. The phrase kept running through my head. We kept it safe. Safe from what? Or who? Me? Someone else? And who exactly was we? That was the first time I started thinking about the possibility that there might be more than one of them. Until that point, I had always assumed it was a single presence, a voice. One thing whispering through the vents, but the wording made it feel like a group, a collective, something that watched and responded as a unit. I walked through the house slowly after that, like I was trying to figure out where I had gone wrong. Nothing else had changed. The fridge was normal. Lights still out, though. I gave up trying to reset the power. I even checked the neighbors, but their lights were on just fine. Mine was the only house dark. I charged my phone off a backup battery pack and debated texting Kayla again. I opened a message window, stared at the blinking cursor, then closed it. I didn't want to pull someone else into it. Not yet. Not when I didn't even understand it myself. That night, I left the cup and the note exactly where they were. I lit candles instead of using a flashlight. Not for atmosphere, just to avoid the harshness of the beam bouncing around the dark corners. The house felt calmer that way. Like it was less likely to notice me if I kept my movements soft. Sometime after 2, I heard footsteps. Not whispers, not scraping, actual footsteps. Soft, bare, moving across the floorboards in the hallway. I was on the couch again. I held my breath and listened, counting each step. They were slow, careful, and they stopped just outside the living room, right by the threshold. I couldn't see anyone. There was no shadow, no movement, just the sound. Then nothing. I didn't move until the candle flickered out. The next morning the cup was gone. So was the note. I looked everywhere, under the table, behind the trash bin, in the crawl space again. Nothing. In its place, there was a new object on the kitchen counter, a small glass marble, pale blue, scuffed along one side like it had been dropped on concrete. I had never owned marbles. I hadn't even seen one in years. I picked it up and held it in my hand for a long time, waiting for some kind of recognition. But nothing came. It was just a marble, cold, weightless, ordinary. That's when I realized what was happening. It was not just about watching me. It was a conversation. Objects were their language. Not direct communication, not questions and answers, but pieces, memories, left like breadcrumbs, a mug, a receipt, a marble, each one pulled from a timeline I couldn't see, each one chosen for a reason. But I had no idea what I was supposed to do with them. I left the marble on the table and tried to go about my day. I worked from home, but it was becoming harder to focus. I would answer emails, then drift into staring at the wall. I'd type a sentence, then stop halfway and listen for movement. The house didn't feel haunted exactly. It felt occupied, like I was sharing it with something that had lived here longer than me and had only recently decided to make itself known. And it was waiting for me to do something in return. That night, I took the marble and walked through each room in the house, just holding it in my palm. I whispered, not loud, not direct, just enough to let it hear me. I said things like, "I don't understand," and "What do you want?" and "Are you here with me right now?" There were no answers, no whisper, no sound. But the air shifted again. That stillness I had come to recognize, the one that made the hair on my arms rise, returned. It filled the hallway like a cold breath, not heavy, not aggressive, just present. I slept in my bed that night for the first time in almost a week. It felt wrong at first, too open, too exposed. But nothing happened. I woke up late, groggy, and found another object on the dresser. This time it was something of mine. A photo. Me as a kid, maybe 10 years old, holding a green plastic toy, smiling. Definitely one of the old prints I kept in a box in the storage closet, but I had never left that box open. And the toy, I hadn't seen that thing in decades. I didn't even remember taking the photo. But there it was, placed perfectly at an angle. Me, frozen in a moment I had forgotten. Taped to the bottom was another note. Only one line. "You used to listen better." That one hit me harder than the others. Because it wasn't just creepy, it was familiar, like a parent scolding a child, like someone who thought I had broken a rule, or grown distant, or lost the ability to hear something important. I sat on the bed for a long time, holding the photo, trying to trace the line backward. I couldn't figure out if the message was about this house or something from before. But something about it made me feel like whatever was here had known me longer than I thought. Longer than I had lived in this house. Maybe even longer than I had been aware of it. That night I left the photo out on the table next to the marble. And I waited. No footsteps, no whisper, no scraping through vents. The photo and the marble stayed where I left them. Nothing was added, moved, or taken away. For the first time in weeks, the house felt still in the way I remembered. Not empty, not safe exactly, but still. Like the tension had been dialed down a few notches, like I was being given space. A pause. I took it. I walked through every room in the house with a notebook in hand. I wrote down what I saw, not just objects, but details I had never noticed before. A nick in the baseboard by the hallway. A pencil mark behind the bedroom door. A shape in the wood grain on the closet wall that looked almost like a face if I stared long enough. I didn't call anyone. I didn't leave the house. I didn't look for more signs. I just tried to see things exactly as they were. Like maybe I had missed something simple, something human. Because even with everything that had happened, the voice, the messages, the strange objects, The worst thing I could imagine now was misunderstanding the purpose behind it all. The following morning I found the last object. It was in the vent. Not inside, but tucked behind the edge of the cover. I only saw it because the light caught a reflection just right, a sliver of shine at the edge of the metal. I climbed up with the same chair I had used weeks earlier and gently removed the cover again. It was a key. Old, brass, no label, small, like for a jewelry box or a desk drawer. I sat with it for a long time, rolling it between my fingers, trying to remember if I had seen a lock that would match it. I checked every drawer, every door, even the old filing cabinet in the closet that I hadn't touched since I moved in. Nothing. Finally, I went back to the crawl space. I hadn't opened it since I found the cup and papers. It had always felt like something was waiting behind it, but now it felt different. Not inviting, but finished. Like the answer was in there, and always had been. I pulled the hatch open slowly and crawled inside with the key and a flashlight. At the far end, near the ductwork, something had changed. There was a small wooden box, half buried under insulation. Not a hidden compartment or anything cinematic, just a simple, hand-sized box. The kind that looks like it could hold jewelry or old letters. It had a tiny keyhole. I sat there on the cold floor, knees pressed against my chest, and slipped the key into the lock. It turned easily. Inside was a folded sheet of paper, a single Polaroid photo, and a locket. The photo was of me, taken recently. I was standing at the kitchen counter, back turned to the camera. The light from the window was just enough to make the edges blur. I hadn't posed for it. I hadn't taken it. It must have been captured through the back door's glass. The locket was closed, no name, no initials. When I opened it, I found a small square of blue cloth folded tightly inside. That was it. No photo, no inscription. Just that fabric, perfectly cut and worn at the edges like it had been handled many times. Then I opened the paper. It wasn't typed. It was handwritten in faint, careful lines. It said, "We tried to teach you the way, the quiet way, the remembering way. This house holds more than echoes. It holds us, and now it holds you. We kept your pieces. We watched you forget. But you began to hear again. That is enough." I read it twice, then again. I wanted to be scared, but I wasn't. It felt like the final page of something I hadn't realized I was reading. I placed the locket and the photo back into the box, closed the lid, locked it again, and I left it in the crawl space. The power came back that afternoon. Not with a surge or a flicker, just back, lights on, clock blinking, fridge humming again, like nothing had ever gone out. I cleaned the kitchen. I ate something normal for the first time in a while. I even opened the windows. The air felt different, lighter. Like whatever had been inside the walls, inside the vents, had stepped back. Or moved on. I don't hear the voice anymore. I haven't for weeks. Sometimes late at night, I'll sit in the living room and listen anyway, just in case. But the silence feels deeper now. Not empty, just finished. I never told anyone the full story. I still might not. I don't think it would land the way I mean it. Because what happened wasn't about terror or danger or proof. It was about presence. Observation, maybe even a kind of care, in its own quiet, unsettling way. The objects are gone now. The marble, the photo, even the scratches on the mirror have faded. All that remains is the house. And me. But something has changed in how I move through it. I notice more. I speak less. I listen. Sometimes I find myself walking slower past the vents, not because I am scared, but because I feel like they remember, like they are still part of something old, still waiting, not for me, necessarily, but for someone who will hear. I leave the crawl space closed. I don't need to open it again. I think I found what I was supposed to find, and I think they know that too. I hike alone a lot. I know how that sounds, and I get the usual warnings from people: don't go too deep into the back country, keep your phone on, share your location, bring bear spray, all of that. And I do. I take it seriously. I'm not out here trying to be some story people whisper about later. I just like the quiet, being out where everything is still and slow and doesn't ask anything from you. No screens, no emails, just air and trees and time to think. This happened in Oregon, not far from a trailhead I've used before. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive from where I live. A decent loop, maybe 12 miles total if you stretch it out by exploring some of the offshoots. I'd gone there a couple of times over the summer and figured it would be a good spot to hit before the weather turned bad. It was a weekday. I took time off work to go, which is part of what made it feel good. Everyone else was probably stuck at their desks, while I had the whole forest to myself. It was a little chilly, but the sky was clear, and I had packed layers. I parked around 10 in the morning, texted my friend that I'd be out of service for a bit, and started in. The first few miles were completely uneventful. There was still dew on the ground and a few birds making noise in the canopy, but nothing unusual. I passed a couple small trail markers and one faded wooden sign I had seen before that looked like it hadn't been replaced in decades. I had service for the first mile or two, then it dropped off like usual. By the time I was about 6 miles in, I was starting to think about heading back. I was near this little fork where one path slopes uphill into a more densely wooded section, and the other curves down and eventually loops back to the base. I usually take the uphill one because it's quieter and less trafficked, but something made me pause. Not a sound or anything, just a weird sort of stillness, like the air around me had gone flat. And then I saw her. Off to the left side of the trail, maybe 10 or 15 feet into the brush, there was a woman sitting on the ground. She was barefoot, wearing what looked like a loose t-shirt and dark pants. Her head was down, and her hair was hanging in front of her face. At first, I thought maybe she had fallen or gotten lost. She wasn't making any noise, but her shoulders were shaking slightly like she was crying. I froze. I didn't know what to say at first. It was just such a strange thing to see that far out. I stepped a little closer and said, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't look up, didn't speak, just sat there, shoulders moving in these slow, steady jerks like she was sobbing, but there was no sound. I tried again. Are you hurt? I can call someone well once I get a signal." Still nothing, no reaction. I glanced back down the trail, thinking maybe she was with someone. Maybe a friend had gone to get help, or maybe she had wandered away from a campsite, but there was no one else around. No sound of footsteps, no backpacks, no gear, nothing. I looked back at her and noticed something that hadn't clicked before. Her feet. They were bare. Yeah, but they weren't dirty. I don't know why that stood out to me. They should have been caked with mud or leaves, or at least looked scratched up, but they were clean, like she had just taken her shoes off a minute ago. Something about that gave me pause, that and the way she wasn't reacting at all, not to me, not to anything. I told her I was going to try and get a signal, and stepped off the trail in the opposite direction to see if climbing the ridge a little would help. I only got a few steps in before I stopped cold. There was a man crouched behind a fallen log about 20 feet away. He was wearing dark clothes, gloves, a cap pulled low. He wasn't moving, not blinking, not adjusting, just completely still, like he had been there a long time. And he was looking at me. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just stared back, waiting for something to shift, for him to stand up, for him to shout, for him to do anything, but he didn't. He just stayed crouched, half hidden behind the log, watching. The woman still hadn't moved. That was the moment I felt it, this heavy, pressurized understanding in my chest, that I was not supposed to be here, that this was not what it looked like, that the crying woman was not in trouble. She was bait. I don't remember turning. I don't remember backing away. I just know I ran, full-on sprinted. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was following. I didn't want to see what else might be in those woods. I didn't stop until I hit the main part of the loop, and even then, I barely slowed down. I kept running until I could see the parking lot through the trees. My legs felt like rubber, and my lungs were burning, but I didn't stop. There were no other cars, just mine. I jumped in, locked the doors, and peeled out of there so fast I almost drove off the shoulder. I didn't stop until I hit a gas station about 30 minutes away, where I finally had enough signal to call the local authorities. I told them everything, where it was, what I saw, what direction I had been heading. The operator said they'd send someone out. I gave them my contact info and waited for them to call back. When they did, a couple hours later, the deputy on the line told me they hadn't found anyone. No woman, no man, no tracks, no signs, no evidence that anyone had been off trail at all. They said it was probably a misunderstanding. Maybe I saw a hiker and panicked. Maybe it was a couple and I spooked them. But I know what I saw. And that night, someone tried my front door handle. 4 times. At first, I thought it was just the wind. You know how old buildings are. My front door sometimes creaks or clicks when it's cold, especially if there's a draft under it. But this wasn't that. It wasn't random. It wasn't one soft sound. It was 4 deliberate turns, 4 distinct metallic clinks as someone tried the handle. I was already in bed. It was a little after midnight. I had been lying there for a while, staring at the ceiling, too wired to sleep. The whole hike had left me feeling off. Not scared exactly, not until that moment, but unsettled in a way I couldn't shake. Like I had walked into something I wasn't meant to see, and somehow brought a piece of it back with me. When I heard the sound, I sat up immediately, just froze, didn't breathe. My bedroom faces the back of the house, but I could picture the layout in my head perfectly. The front door is right off the main hallway, just 2 rooms away. I waited, heart pounding hard in that dry, empty way, and counted the clicks again. 1. Pause. 2. Slightly longer pause. 3, 4. Each one slower than the last. Like whoever was out there didn't want to open the door all at once, like they were testing it, trying to feel how far the latch would go, if it was locked, if it was going to give. I got up as quietly as I could and crept to the hallway. The light from the street lamp outside slanted in through the curtain just enough to see shapes, the outline of my coat on the hook, the curve of the table by the wall, the frame of the door. Nothing moved. I don't own a gun, never really saw the point. I had pepper spray somewhere, but I couldn't remember where I'd put it. I ended up grabbing this heavy ceramic lamp from the side table. Dumb, I know. Like I was going to fight someone off with a lamp, but it made me feel less helpless. I waited there for a long time, probably 10 or 15 minutes. Didn't move, didn't hear anything else. Just the sound of my own breathing and the blood in my ears. I called the sheriff's department again. I gave them my case number from the day before and told them what happened during the night. The woman on the phone sounded polite but tired. She said someone would swing by to make a report. I waited all day, but no one came. By the time it got dark again, I had barricaded the door with a chair and a piece of plywood from the shed. I put it up against the inside and wedged it behind the table. Was it excessive? Yeah, maybe. But I couldn't shake what I had seen in the woods. The stillness of that woman, the crouching man with the gloves, the silence between them. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to walk over and peek through the peephole. No one. No cars, no footsteps fading down the street. Nothing. I checked the locks again. Top deadbolt still secure. Bottom knob untouched. The little chain across the frame still in place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I had left even one of those unlocked, I wouldn't be standing there. That I'd be gone. Or worse, not gone at all. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the couch with the lamp still in my lap and the hallway light on, staring at the door like it might come to life. The next morning, I checked the outside, walked around the porch, looked for footprints. There wasn't anything obvious, but the dirt under the steps looked a little off, like it had been shifted. No shoe prints, no boot treads, just a soft sort of indentation, like someone had stood there and rocked slightly back and forth. It wasn't natural. It wasn't just 2 people in the wrong place. I started trying to look things up, missing person reports, weird incidents in national forests, anything that might explain what I saw. I went through pages and pages of headlines, some recent, some from years ago. A few stories matched parts of it, people who went missing while hiking, strange disappearances, unidentifiable remains found deep in remote areas, but nothing exact. Nothing with that specific combination of bait and ambush. But there were enough of them that it started to feel like a pattern. Most of the people who vanished were solo hikers. Most were reported missing days later, when no one had heard from them. Some were never found. Some were recovered far from where they were last seen. A few left behind strange notes or voicemails. Most had no warning at all. I started wondering if anyone else had seen what I had. If anyone had ever reported a woman sitting barefoot off the trail, crying without making a sound. If anyone else had turned away and seen the man waiting behind the log. What if they hadn't run? That question stayed with me. What if they stepped closer? What if they tried to help? What if I had? I called the sheriff's department again the next day. This time I got a different person. I asked for an update. The guy didn't sound like he knew what I was talking about. I gave him my name, my address, the trail I was on, the report number. He put me on hold for a long time, then came back and said it must still be under review. He didn't have any new info. Said if there were no signs of criminal activity, they might just close it out. I asked him if anyone else had reported anything from that area. He said no. I asked if they ever patrolled that trail or sent drones out there. He paused for a second, then said not, unless there was an active emergency or a call for help. That forest covered a lot of ground, not enough staff to monitor every stretch. So I thanked him and hung up. I stared at the front door for a long time after that, wondering if the man had followed me back, wondering if I had somehow led him here, or if maybe he already knew where I lived before I ever set foot on that trail. Because the part that keeps me up at night isn't just what I saw. It's the feeling I had when I looked at her. The woman didn't look surprised to see me. She looked like she had been waiting. I kept trying to move on like it hadn't happened. That's what you do, right? You tell yourself it was weird, but not dangerous. You tell yourself maybe it was some strange misunderstanding. Some local couple messing around, or someone filming a prank video, or testing some experimental art thing out in the woods. Anything that makes it smaller, less serious. But I didn't believe that. I couldn't. It wasn't just the silence, or the way they were positioned, or the gloves. It was everything together, the timing, the distance from the trail. The way she didn't look at me, not even once. The way the man didn't flinch when I saw him, like he didn't care, like he expected to be seen eventually, and had already decided how it would go. I tried not to think about what might have happened if I had taken another step toward her, or if I hadn't noticed him behind the log. That part still sits in my chest like a weight I can't shift. I didn't go outside for a few days after the door handle thing. I worked from home, turned down invitations, barely even went near the windows after dark. I told myself I was being smart, careful, that it was just temporary, but deep down I knew it was fear. Not the kind that fades after a bad dream. The kind that crawls into your routines and starts shaping your decisions without asking. A week passed. No more knocks. No more handle rattles. No more strange cars parked out front. For a while, I convinced myself maybe it really was over. That maybe I had panicked, and whoever was out there had moved on. That it had nothing to do with the woman, or the man, or the trail. Then I got the call. It was from a blocked number. I usually don't answer those, but something about the timing made me pick up. There was a pause at first, just silence on the other end. I almost hung up. But then a voice came through, a man's voice, calm, flat. He said, "You shouldn't have run." That's all. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't threatening exactly. There was no shouting, no rage, just that awful calmness. The kind that means they don't need to scare you, because they already know you're scared. I didn't say anything. I just ended the call and sat there staring at the screen like it might explain something. My hands were shaking, but it took a while to realize it. I went into the call log and took a screenshot, even though there was no number listed, just unknown. I reported it, obviously, called the police again, gave them the whole thing, the woods, the people, the door handle, now the call. They told me to file an official report in person. I did. They asked if I had any video evidence, any threats, anything I could actually hand over. I told them no, just the feeling that someone was watching me, just the voice. They took down the information, gave me a case number, and said they'd follow up if anything else happened. That was the last I heard from them. I started changing my habits after that, swapped out my morning walk for a treadmill, took a different route to the grocery store, covered the peephole on my door, put tape over the webcam on my laptop. Stuff that maybe looks paranoid from the outside, but felt necessary in the moment. I also stopped hiking. That was the hardest part. The outdoors had always been my reset button, the thing I did when my brain got too loud, and now it felt like that space had been taken from me, tainted. Not because of the woods themselves, but because of what had been waiting in them, watching from the edge. One night, I couldn't sleep again. It was 2 a.m. and I was sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of cold tea and a news tab open on my laptop. I wasn't really reading, just scrolling, trying to feel connected to something that made sense. I don't even know why I did it, but I searched for reports again, not just missing hikers this time, but arrests, human trafficking, suspicious activity in remote areas. It felt like grasping at smoke, but I needed to find something, some piece that made the whole thing feel real in a way that people would believe. That's when I found a story. It was local, published 3 years ago. Brief, barely a few paragraphs long. A man had been arrested for attempting to abduct a woman from a state park in southern Oregon. She had been hiking alone and was approached by someone who claimed his friend needed help. When she followed him off the trail, another man had been waiting behind a tree. She saw him just in time, ran, and flagged down another hiker near the parking area. The police caught one of them later, but the second man disappeared. The article mentioned that there had been similar incidents in other areas, but didn't elaborate. No names, no charges filed. Just a single arrest and a vague comment from a ranger about possible trafficking activity. That word trafficking hit me harder than I expected. Not because it surprised me, but because it didn't. It made too much sense. The gloves, the silence, the location, the bait. I tried finding more about the story, looked up court records, local blogs, forums, nothing else. It had all gone quiet after the arrest. Like someone had shut it down, or no one cared enough to follow up. I started thinking again about how clean her feet were, how she hadn't looked up, how still she was, like she wasn't acting scared, like she wasn't acting at all. Maybe she had done it before. Maybe that was her role. The scariest part isn't the idea that it was some random attack. The scariest part is the possibility that it wasn't random at all, that it was a system, a routine. something organized and practiced and deliberate, that they weren't just hoping someone would show up. They were waiting for someone like me. Someone alone. Someone curious. Someone kind enough to stop. I don't know why they didn't follow through. I don't know why they let me go. Maybe because I saw him too early. Maybe because they realized I wasn't going to play along. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Maybe it wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just a trial run. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the sound of the door handle turning. And I wonder if they're still out there, just waiting for the next person to stop and ask, "Are you okay?" It's strange what your brain starts doing when it doesn't feel safe in your own home. Every sound becomes a pattern. Every shadow feels deliberate. You stop trusting doors to stay shut and windows to stay locked, even when you've checked them twice, maybe especially then. After the call, the one with the man saying, "You shouldn't have run," I started sleeping with my phone recording. Not video, just audio. I'd set it on the nightstand and hit record before bed. I told myself I wasn't expecting anything, that I just needed proof in case something happened. But really, I think I wanted to know if something was happening when I was asleep. The first few nights were nothing but hours of silence, punctuated by the occasional toss of a blanket or a creak from the floor. But the fourth night, around 3 a.m, there was a sound I couldn't explain. It was faint, barely louder than a whisper, but it was there. 3 slow knocks. Not on the front door, not on any wall. It sounded like they came from inside the house. I replayed it a dozen times, tried to isolate it, boosted the audio, ran it through some free filter software. Same result every time. 3 knocks, not aggressive, not urgent. Just testing, like they were checking to see if I would respond. I didn't. I packed a bag the next morning and stayed with an old coworker for the weekend. I didn't tell her much. Just said there had been someone prowling around my place, and I didn't feel comfortable being alone. She didn't ask questions. We watched movies, made pancakes, played cards. It felt normal, safe, and for a little while, I almost convinced myself that the whole thing was in my head. But when I got home, I found something wedged between the front screen door and the main one. It was a scrap of paper, torn, like it had been ripped from a notebook, folded twice, nothing written on it, just blank. Except it wasn't. When I turned it in the light, I saw it had been pressed into with something sharp, a knife maybe, or a pen without ink. Just enough pressure to leave a shallow impression. It said, "We wait." Not signed, not dated, just that, 2 words. I put the paper in a Ziploc bag and stored it in the freezer, mostly because I didn't know what else to do with it. I didn't want it out in the open, but I didn't want to throw it away either. That felt too final, like I might need it later. I stopped calling the police. It was clear they weren't going to do anything unless I had video of someone standing on my porch with a crowbar. And even then, maybe not. I get it in a way. I don't have a face. I don't have a license plate. Just feelings and impressions and a story that sounds like a campfire tale. I started doing more research. Late night scrolling through news articles and Reddit threads and amateur investigation blogs. I found more than I expected. Stories that didn't get picked up by the major outlets. Local forums where people talked about weird things happening in remote areas, missing hikers, abandoned campsites, equipment left behind like someone just walked away mid-meal. But there was one post that stuck with me. It was short. A user claiming they had gone camping near a river in central Oregon, woke up around 2 in the morning, and saw what they thought was a woman standing just outside their tent, barefoot, not speaking. Just standing there. They didn't unzip the tent, just waited, frozen, until she walked away. The comments were the usual mix of skepticism and jokes, but one reply caught my eye. Someone said they had seen something similar in a different park 3 years earlier. Same details, barefoot woman. No words, just watching. That's when it hit me. It wasn't random, it was repeated. Not the same people maybe, not the same woods, but the same setup, the same bait. I started keeping notes, dates, places, names when I could find them. I wasn't trying to solve anything. I'm not a detective. I just didn't want to feel powerless anymore. One night I mapped them out, pinned every story I could find that matched the pattern, even loosely. Oregon, Washington, Northern California, all along forest corridors, all within a few miles of lesser-known trails, not the major tourist loops, the smaller ones, the ones where people go to be alone. It looked like a network. I don't know if that was real or just how my brain needed to see it, but it didn't feel random, and it didn't feel like something one person could do alone. And then something weird happened. Nothing. No calls, no knocks, no notes. Days passed, then a week, then another. My anxiety didn't go away, but it shifted. It went from dread to confusion, like waiting for a punch that never lands. It almost felt worse. I went back to the trailhead. I know how that sounds, and maybe it was reckless, but I had to see it again, not to confront anyone, not to go deep, just to stand there at the edge and see if the world still looked the same. I didn't hike in, just parked and stood near the sign, the one with the faded letters and the carved initials from 100 past visitors. The forest looked normal, beautiful even. The light filtered through the trees the same way it always had. Birds chirped. Wind moved gently through the branches. It didn't feel haunted. It felt empty. Too empty. There were no cars in the lot besides mine, no fresh footprints in the dirt, no wrappers, no signs that anyone had been through recently. Like they had moved on. Or like the trail had served its purpose. I got back in my car and locked the doors, sat there for a few minutes, staring into the tree line. I didn't see her. I didn't see him. But I didn't expect to. Because I'm starting to think it doesn't work that way. They don't come to you unless you don't know what's happening. That's the point. It's the not knowing that makes you vulnerable. And now that I know even just a little, I think that means I'm not the one they want anymore. Which is almost a relief. Almost. Except it also means they're looking for someone else. After that trip back to the trailhead, I didn't sleep well for a long time. I kept thinking I would feel better, that standing there again would give me some kind of closure, but it didn't. It just reminded me that the trail was still there, that nothing had changed except me. The forest hadn't closed. There weren't warning signs. No patrol cars parked nearby. It was still just another hiking route to most people. Still listed on all the travel blogs and outdoor forums like nothing had ever happened there. and maybe nothing did. Not officially. That part bothered me more than I thought it would. The way something can almost happen and then just vanish, like it was designed not to leave a mark. No reports, no missing person flyers, no bodies, no noise, just enough to make you question it. It made me start noticing things in a different way, people mostly, small things, like the guy who lingered too long near a women's restroom at a rest stop, or the couple who walked a little too far apart on a downtown sidewalk, the woman looking down while the man talked and never turned his head. I know I sound paranoid. I hear it even as I say it. But once you start seeing people as possible threats instead of background noise, it's hard to go back. I tried explaining it to a friend one night. Not everything, just a version of it. I said I had come across something strange while hiking, and it had shaken me up. She asked what I meant by strange. I gave her pieces, said I saw a woman crying off trail, and a man nearby who felt wrong, and that I left fast. I didn't mention the gloves, or the phone call, or the knocks. I just wanted to see if the bare bones of the story would make sense to someone else. She listened quietly, nodded, said it was probably just a squatter, or maybe someone having a mental health crisis in the woods. Happens more than people realize. She said I probably did the right thing by leaving, but that I shouldn't let one weird encounter ruin something I loved. I nodded too. Then I changed the subject. She meant well, but it was obvious she didn't really believe there was more to it, and maybe that's why this works. Because people don't expect others to lie in the dirt and wait behind logs with gloves on. Because we still give the benefit of the doubt when someone's crying alone. Because we assume in the best way that someone needs help and that we should offer it. And sometimes we're right. But sometimes we're not. I started locking everything at night in a kind of ritual, not just doors and windows. I would check under the bed, inside the closet, behind the shower curtain. I would look out the peephole for a full minute before I went to sleep, just standing there, listening. There were no more calls, no more knocks, no more notes. But I still didn't feel alone. I went back through my phone at one point and found the original photo I took of the trailhead sign back when I first arrived that day. I zoomed in on it, not really knowing why, just searching for something. Maybe a shape in the trees, a reflection in the glass of my car. But there was nothing, no figures, no clues. But I did notice something else. The timestamp. I remembered arriving at the trailhead just after 10 in the morning. I had checked the clock in my car. I remember thinking I had plenty of time before sundown, but the photo was marked 9:38. I checked the camera app settings, checked the system clock on my phone. Everything looked normal. So why was there a 30-minute gap? I know that doesn't sound like much. Phones glitch. GPS sync can lag. Maybe I bumped a setting at some point, but it still sat wrong with me. That 30-minute gap between what I remembered and what the phone recorded. What if I didn't leave right after I saw the man? What if I waited a little longer than I thought? What if I lost time? I don't remember anything like that. There's no blank space in my memory, no blackout. But it made me wonder if that whole experience had been longer than I realized. If maybe I had stood there longer than I thought, frozen, trying to decide whether to help her, whether to step off the trail. I'll never know. And I think that's the worst part. Not the fear, not the paranoia, the not knowing. The silence after something that should have echoed. Weeks passed, then months. I kept checking the local news. Every few days I'd scroll through the police blotter, the local arrest logs, the missing persons reports. I even signed up for alerts from a couple of trail safety apps, just in case something came up near that area. Nothing ever did. Not even close. The closest thing I ever found was a small notice on a community bulletin board from a nearby town. It said a local volunteer group was looking for people to help clean up neglected trails and offshoot paths in the area. It was phrased like a call to service. Help us restore our forests, reconnect with nature. One of the trails listed was mine. It felt like a joke, or a dare, or maybe just a coincidence. But I took a screenshot anyway and saved it to the same folder where I kept the audio files, the blank paper, the screenshot of the blocked call. It's a strange little folder, tucked between work documents and grocery lists and receipts, but it's there, just in case. I haven't hiked since. I want to. I really do. Sometimes I even lace up my boots and sit on the edge of the bed, just staring at the floor, but I can't quite make myself go. Because I know how easy it is to walk just a few feet off the trail. And I know how quickly something can go wrong. And I know now how people can disappear without a trace. Not because they weren't strong, not because they were careless, but because someone out there was waiting for them to care. Just enough to stop. Eventually, I knew I had to talk to someone. Not a friend, not family. Someone who wouldn't try to smooth it over or wave it away. I found a therapist a few towns over. I picked her because her website didn't feel like it was trying too hard to sell me anything. It just said she worked with trauma, anxiety, people who had experienced something unusual and were having trouble putting it down. That last part got me. I didn't tell her the full story right away, just parts. I said I saw something in the woods that unsettled me, that I was having trouble feeling safe again, even though nothing had technically happened. I told her about the door handle, the phone call, the strange silences, but I left out the details about the man behind the log and the way the woman sat without blinking. She didn't laugh, she didn't even blink, just asked questions, measured ones. She asked how long I had felt like someone was watching me, if I had experienced anything like this before, if I had a history of panic, of sleep problems, of memory loss. I said no, because it was true. She asked if I thought I was in danger now, and I didn't know how to answer that. That was the hardest part, the thing I kept coming back to, not knowing, because nothing ever came from it, no follow-up, no knock at the door in the middle of the night, no second photo. No sign that I was still being watched, just a long, drawn-out silence. And yet, I still kept checking. Every night, I would go through the same routine, lock the doors, check the windows, turn off the lights, then sit in the dark and listen, not for anything in particular, just in case. She asked me once what the worst-case scenario was, the thing I believed deep down, even if I didn't say it out loud. And I told her that it wasn't random, that it wasn't just some deranged couple in the woods or a stalker with too much time on his hands, that it was organized, practiced, that the woman was part of it, that she had been doing it for a while, and that the man behind the log wasn't alone, that there were others, maybe not in the woods that day, but somewhere nearby, watching, learning, waiting for someone to take the bait. She didn't argue, just nodded once and wrote something down. A few weeks later, I started to sleep again. Not all night, not every night, but enough to feel my shoulders drop a little when I walked through the door. Enough to stop flinching at every creak in the floor. I even started walking again. Not hiking, not yet, but around the neighborhood. Middle of the day, sun high, people out mowing lawns and kids biking on sidewalks. I told myself I would go a little farther each week. That I would start rebuilding the muscle of trust, not in people exactly, but in places, in sidewalks and porches and open windows that did not mean danger. And slowly, it started to work. I got back into some routines. I started reading again. I cooked real meals instead of frozen ones. I even made plans to travel for work, which I hadn't done since everything happened. Then one morning, months after it all started, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address, no name, just my address written in careful block letters. It wasn't a bill. It wasn't junk. It was thick, like it had something inside besides paper. I sat there holding it for a long time, just staring. Eventually, I opened it. Inside was a single photograph. Not of me, not of my house, not of the trail. It was a photo of another person. A man, middle-aged, standing on a rocky path near a tree line. His back was to the camera. He had a backpack on, one foot just off the edge of the trail. The kind of moment you catch right before someone disappears into the woods. On the back, someone had written a date. That date was 3 days ago. I checked the news, checked social media, checked local missing persons bulletins. Nothing came up. No alerts, no calls for help, no family members posting his face on Facebook. No signs of anyone looking for him yet. But I knew what this was. I took the envelope to the police. I sat in the small beige room with a detective who looked more tired than suspicious. I told him everything. From the trail to the woman, to the man behind the log, to the phone call, the door handle, the note, the photograph. He took notes, asked me to leave the photo and envelope. He said they would look into it. And maybe they will. Maybe they won't. But I realized, walking out of that building, that I had done the one thing I hadn't done since the beginning. I handed it off. I let it go. Not because I think I'm safe now, not because I think it's over, but because I know I was never supposed to fix it. I was just someone who walked too far down the wrong trail and saw something I wasn't meant to see. That happens sometimes. You stumble across something. You don't get answers. You don't get closure. You just get out. And that has to be enough. It is for me. Because I've stopped waiting for them to come back. I've stopped asking why the woman didn't move, or why the man had gloves, or how they found my address. Some things aren't meant to be solved. Some things aren't puzzles. They're warnings. And if you're lucky, you walk away before the question ever turns into a consequence. I was lucky. I ran, and I never went back. At first, I thought maybe I had just forgotten. I was tired. The day had been long, and I wasn't exactly known for being super organized. So when I came home and found all the mugs missing from the kitchen cabinet, I figured I must have packed them up at some point and just blanked on it. Or maybe I had set them somewhere weird while cleaning. That kind of thing happens, right? But then I found them in the bathroom. Not broken, not stacked in the sink, just lined up neatly along the edge of the tub, every single one of them, handle facing out, spaced evenly apart, like someone had measured the gaps between them. My favorite one, the one with the little chip near the rim, was upside down, not knocked over, placed that way. It was such a stupid thing to be unnerved by, but something about it hit me wrong. I stood there for a while, not touching anything, just staring at the arrangement. It felt intentional, like someone was trying to say something without using words. I did a full walkthrough of the house after that. Living room, fine. Bedroom, nothing out of place. Kitchen was weirdly spotless, which wasn't normal for me. I live alone and I'm not messy, but I'm not the kind of person who wipes down every surface before work. That day I had left a bowl in the sink. I was sure of it. It was gone. I checked the locks. Everything was still locked. Deadbolt was fine. Windows latched. Back door still had the security bar in place. I don't have any cameras, but I do have one of those smart sensors on the front door. It logs when the door opens and closes, even if you don't unlock it through the app. No entries while I was out. Not a single one. So either someone had a key and got in without leaving a trace, or I had finally lost it. I didn't report it. Not yet. I mean, what was I going to say? Someone broke in and moved my coffee mugs to the bathtub. That's not a crime, that's just weird. The kind of thing that gets you a polite smile and a post-it note on a file that says, "Watch for psych evil." I put the mugs back, all of them, didn't even wash them, just set them in the cabinet and told myself to let it go. The next few days were normal, too normal, like the house was holding its breath. I'd come home, half expecting something else to be off, but everything was where I left it, keys on the hook. Mail on the table, nothing out of place. Then it happened again. I came home from work and opened the fridge to grab a drink. That was when I saw it. Every shelf was full. Not with my food, not even close. There were plastic containers stacked on top of each other, all unlabeled. Bags of produce I don't eat, radishes, beets, something that looked like raw squash but felt too soft. A pack of eggs that were a brand I had never bought. Cartons of some grayish drink that had no label at all, just a white cap and a plastic seal. The drinks creeped me out the most. I threw everything away, didn't even check the expiration dates. I just opened a trash bag and dumped all of it. I wiped down the shelves, double-checked the lock on the back door, and stood in the middle of the kitchen trying to slow my breathing. Nothing stolen. Again. Nothing broken. No signs of entry, no sounds. Just a fridge full of food I didn't recognize. I called the non-emergency line and explained the situation as calmly as I could. I kept my voice steady, gave the address, asked if anyone else in the neighborhood had reported anything weird. The officer I spoke with was polite, but I could hear it in his voice, that careful tone people use when they are trying not to call you crazy. He asked if I had roommates. I said no. He asked if I had given anyone a key. I said not in over a year. He asked if I had maybe forgotten about a grocery delivery. I laughed, and it sounded wrong coming out of my mouth. He told me to keep an eye on things and to call again if it escalated. That night, I found the note. It wasn't taped anywhere obvious. It was inside the mirror. Not behind it, inside it, pressed between the glass and the backing, like someone had carefully peeled back the edge, slid the paper in, and sealed it again. The note was small, white, folded once, no handwriting on the outside. Inside it said, "We live differently." No name, no explanation, just that. I slept with the lights on that night. Not all of them, but enough. A lamp in the hallway, one in the living room. I checked the attic hatch 3 times. I don't even know what I was looking for. Just needed to know it was still sealed. I dreamed that someone was rearranging all the furniture while I slept, not moving it exactly, just nudging it, an inch here, an inch there. Just enough that I would wake up and feel like something was off but not be able to name it. The next day, I bought a camera, just one of those little motion-activated ones. I set it up in the kitchen, pointing toward the hallway and the back door. I told myself that if it happened again, at least I'd have proof. But nothing happened for a while. No new notes, no weird food, no misplaced objects. Until the humming. I woke up around 4 in the morning. I wasn't sure why at first, just that something had pulled me out of sleep. The room was quiet. My phone showed no alerts, no motion on the camera. Then I heard it. Faint, just above me. Someone humming. A low, rhythmic sound. Not a song I recognized, no melody, just that soft, steady hum. It was coming from the attic. I stood there in the dark, listening, heart pounding, the air in the room suddenly colder. And when I finally got the courage to check the hatch, I saw them. Bare footprints, leading away from where I sleep. I didn't go up there right away. The attic, I mean. I know how that sounds. You probably think I should have rushed to check it out the second I saw the footprints. But I didn't. I stood on the stepladder, hand on the hatch, and I just stared at them. Those faint, bare outlines in the dust. No shoes, no socks. Just toes, heels, arches. Almost like a kid's size, but not quite. Longer. The prints were dry, no mud, no streaks. Just impressions, soft and shallow, as if whoever left them had been walking slow, careful. They led away from where my bed was, down the beam that ran above the hallway ceiling. They stopped right before the corner turned, where the ductwork would make it hard to pass. I didn't go any further. I closed the hatch, not fast, not dramatic, just slow and deliberate, like I thought slamming it would set something off. I stepped down and moved the ladder out of the way. Then I dragged the heaviest chair I had into the hallway and set it directly underneath the hatch, like that would stop anything. I didn't sleep. I just sat in the living room with the lights on, every lamp and bulb glowing, and waited for morning. I didn't check the camera footage until after sunrise. I kept thinking about what I would see. Someone crawling out of the attic in the middle of the night, walking barefoot down the hallway, standing over me while I slept. But the footage was clean. Nothing but stillness. The hallway light didn't even flicker. No movement, no sound. And yet the footprints were real. I cleaned them up around 8. I used a damp rag and wiped the dust back into place, part of me hoping it would stay untouched. That if it really was just one weird, awful moment, it would be over now. It could be over. I checked every vent, every crawl space, every closet. Even though I knew it was useless, I knew I wouldn't find anything, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. Around noon, I called my friend Kayla. She's the kind of person who knows when not to make fun of you. She picked up on the first ring, and I didn't ease into it. I just told her everything. From the mugs to the fridge to the note to the footprints. She was quiet for a while after I finished. Then she said, "Are you sure someone's not messing with you?" I told her I didn't know what I was sure of anymore. She offered to come stay the night, just to make sure I wasn't imagining things. I said yes. That evening, she showed up with a sleeping bag and 2 thermoses of tea. She looked around like she was expecting things to jump out at her. I guess I don't blame her. Once you tell someone there are notes hidden in your mirrors and footprints in your ceiling, they look at your house differently. We sat on the couch and tried to distract ourselves, put on a movie, ordered food, talked about dumb stuff. She asked if I had enemies. I laughed, even though it wasn't funny. I work from home. I keep to myself. I don't even really use social media anymore. My world is small by design. Nothing happened that night. No humming, no movement, no new notes. When we checked the attic hatch the next morning, it was undisturbed. Dust still clean, no new prints. She stayed one more night just to be sure. Still nothing. When she left, she gave me a look like maybe it really was just a fluke. Maybe a neighbor with a key playing some elaborate prank. Maybe a wiring issue making noises in the walls. All the usual explanations. But I saw it in her face too, that tiny doubt, that little whisper of unease that said maybe not. The next few days were quiet. But then the changes started again. Not big ones, just subtle stuff. A dish I hadn't used in a while would suddenly be wet in the drying rack. My toothbrush moved half an inch. A single sock laid flat on the hallway floor, perfectly centered like it had been placed with intention. One morning, I found a folded towel on the couch, not mine. Different texture, different color, no tag. Just sitting there like someone had come out of the shower and forgotten to bring it back. The worst one was the closet. I opened it one morning to get a hoodie, and every piece of clothing had been turned inside out, not just thrown around. Every single one, neatly reversed and hung back up. I stood there for a long time, touching the sleeves, trying to figure out how long that would even take. That was when I started hearing it again. The humming. Not every night, but sometimes, low and steady, from the attic. Never loud, never aggressive, just present, like someone passing time, waiting. I started leaving the lights on again. I moved the camera to face the hallway more directly. I even bought another one and aimed it at the attic hatch. Nothing ever showed up. Just the faint hum picked up on the audio, so soft you almost had to boost the volume to catch it. I stopped calling the police. I knew what they would say. I stopped telling friends. I knew how they would look at me. Instead, I did something I had not done in years. I went into the attic during the day. I pulled the ladder over, climbed up with a flashlight, and opened the hatch, slowly. It was mostly what you'd expect: insulation, old boxes, some ductwork, a few plastic storage bins I had not touched since moving in. But something had changed. Someone had swept a clear path across the beams, dust brushed away, footprints overlapping, some small, some longer, like more than one person had been up there. And at the far corner, tucked between two beams, was a book. Not one I recognized. No title on the spine, just a faded brown cover, cracked at the edges. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it, flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. Because even from a few feet away, I could see what was written inside the front cover. It said, in neat pencil handwriting, "This house knows how to keep company." I didn't bring the book down right away. I closed the attic hatch and sat on the top step of the ladder for a long time. The light was still on in the hallway, but it felt like something had dimmed anyway. My arms felt heavy. I didn't know what to do with them. I kept picturing that handwriting, those 5 words written so calmly. This house knows how to keep company. Not welcome, not safe, not haunted, just company. I finally climbed down and put the ladder back. I didn't talk to anyone that day. I didn't go online. I didn't even eat. I just sat on the floor next to the wall outlet with my phone in my hand and the camera feed open, watching the attic hatch for hours like it might twitch. It never did. I went back up the next morning. Something about the daylight made it feel more manageable, still not good, but less unreal. I brought gloves this time, a mask too, even though the air up there was already thin and dry. I crossed the beams slowly and picked up the book. It was heavier than I expected. The cover looked handmade, not like a journal you buy from a store, but something older. The leather was cracked, but not dusty. The pages were thick and yellowing. Someone had taken time with it. Like it mattered. The handwriting was all the same, page after page of it. Neat, small, penciled in, no names, no dates, just entries, thoughts, observations. Some were only a sentence. Others stretched across the entire page. The first few didn't make sense. The chair is too close to the window now. She liked the humming more when it was softer. The fridge accepted 4 new items today. That kind of thing. I thought maybe it was a diary at first, but it didn't read like one. It read like someone was keeping track of something, as if they were recording small shifts in the house itself. Almost like you would document the weather. Some of the entries were about me. I didn't see my name, but there were notes I recognized. He checks the attic, but never for long. He does not eat radishes. He throws them away. He pretends not to notice the mirror. That one stopped me. I read it 3 times. I had not told anyone about the mirror. Not the police, not Kayla. I hadn't even written it down. And yet there it was, in handwriting I had never seen before, in a book I didn't own, in a part of my house I had not touched in years. Whoever wrote this, they were watching me. Not just recently, for a while. I brought the book down after that. I kept it on the coffee table. I didn't hide it. I wanted to see it, to keep reminding myself it was real. Every time I passed it, I would flip to a random page and read something new. Some entries got more detailed. He stood in the living room for 11 minutes and 20 seconds without moving. She no longer enters the guest room. This may indicate memory returning. He dreams about the hallway, always the hallway. That last one wasn't about me. I don't have a guest room. I don't dream about the hallway, so that meant someone else had been here before. Someone else had walked this floor and been watched. Maybe more than one person. The idea didn't make me feel better. It made the silence feel heavier. I called Kayla again the next night. I told her about the book. She didn't laugh. She didn't even hesitate. She said, "Do you want me to come get you?" That surprised me. I expected her to talk me down, to reason with me. But she didn't. Her voice was serious. She sounded scared. I told her no. I said I needed to figure it out. I didn't want to leave and come back to find things even worse. That part was true, but what I didn't say was that I felt something now, a kind of pull, like the house had become a puzzle and I was starting to see the edges. I didn't want to walk away from that yet. I wanted to understand it, not solve it, just understand it. The humming returned 2 nights later. This time it was louder, not aggressive, but closer, clearer, like someone was walking just above the ceiling beams back and forth, letting the sound follow them. I didn't move. I stayed in bed and listened until I fell asleep. The next morning, there was another note. This one wasn't hidden. It was sitting on the kitchen counter, same handwriting, pencil on white paper. "You slept through the rearrangement. That's good." I checked everything, every room. Nothing looked out of place. Nothing moved. I even took pictures to compare angles. I couldn't find a single thing different. But then I opened the fridge. It was full again. Different food this time. Things I didn't recognize. A jar of something that looked like gray jam. A tray of eggs, but they were blue. A plastic bag with small round vegetables I had never seen in my life. I shut the door. That was when I realized what had changed. The kitchen floor was clean, too clean. I never mop at night, and yet it was spotless, like someone had wiped it down carefully. No streaks, no footprints. Except for one. A single bare footprint. Right in the middle of the tile, facing away from the fridge. I didn't touch it. Instead, I opened the book and flipped to the newest page. There was a fresh entry. Company can mean many things. I sat with that sentence for a long time, because I was starting to believe it. This wasn't a break-in. It wasn't a haunting. It wasn't even really about me. The house was doing something, or maybe letting something in, something that had been here longer than me, maybe longer than anyone. And it had decided that I was company now, whether I wanted to be or not. I started to feel like the house had moods. That probably sounds ridiculous. I know it does, but it was this subtle thing, this undercurrent I couldn't quite explain. Some mornings I would wake up and everything felt still, not peaceful, just flat, no sounds, no strange smells, no movement on the cameras, nothing. And then other days, there would be this charge in the air, not cold, not warm, just heavy, like walking into a room right after someone has left, and you can still feel their presence, even though it's empty. Those were the days something would be different. Not dramatic, Not loud, just off. A drawer that opened half an inch, a shadow that didn't match the angle of the light. My own handwriting changed slightly in a sticky note I was sure I had written the night before. I started keeping notes of my own, not in the house book. I didn't trust that one. I used a separate notebook, one I carried with me when I left the house. I'd write down every change I noticed. When it happened, what was moved, whether the fridge was full again, whether I heard the humming. I looked for patterns. There weren't any. Nothing repeated. The events didn't match the days of the week, or the weather, or the time I went to bed. The only thing I noticed was that it seemed to happen more often when I was calm. That was the one consistent thing. If I had a good day, if I watched a movie and almost forgot to feel scared, something would shift overnight, like the house didn't want me too comfortable, like it needed to remind me it was paying attention. Kayla called again. She asked if I wanted to stay with her for a few days. I told her I couldn't. I didn't give a reason, just said I couldn't leave right now. That wasn't entirely true. I could have left, but I didn't want to. Not because I liked what was happening. I didn't. I was exhausted. My eyes were always red. My hands were shaking more often than not, but I had the sense that if I left without understanding this, something worse would happen. Not to me, to the house. Like it needed me to stay balanced or grounded, like I was part of the structure now. One night, I heard something different, not the usual humming. This was quieter, but more specific. It was a voice. I couldn't make out the words. They were just beneath the surface, like a conversation through a thick wall, but it wasn't a recording. It was too uneven, too real. I sat on the couch and listened for nearly an hour. The sound never moved. It came from above, the attic again. Eventually it faded. When I checked the hatch the next morning, it was closed tight. But the footprint on the kitchen floor was gone. No smudge, no dust, no sign it had ever been there. The fridge was empty again. That day, I read more of the house book. I flipped toward the end, past the entries about me and others, and found a page that was different from the rest. It was a list. Just names, first names only, dozens of them. None of them were mine. None of them were Kayla's. I didn't recognize a single one. Next to each name there was a small mark. Some had check marks, others had slashes. A few had little circles drawn next to them. No explanation for what the marks meant. At the bottom of the page was a final note, written in slightly darker pencil. Some stayed. Some tried to change the rhythm. Some left the door open too long. That line stuck with me all day. I kept reading it over and over again, trying to figure out what it meant to leave the door open too long. What door? Was it literal? Was it something else? That night, I sat in the hallway under the attic hatch. I brought the notebook, not the house book, mine. I turned on the recorder on my phone and let it run while I sat there. No questions, no prompts, just silence, a blank space in case something filled it. For the first hour, nothing happened. But then, softly, the humming started. Same rhythm, same tone. This time it felt closer than ever, like it was sitting right above me. I didn't speak. I didn't move. Then I heard a creak, one soft board shifting, and then my name. Not loud, not whispered, just spoken, calm, like a parent calling from the next room. I froze, my legs locked in place. My hands were gripping the notebook so hard the corners started to curl. It only said my name once, then silence again, then the humming returned. I stayed there until the sun came up. When I checked the attic that morning, the book had been moved. It was now sitting directly under the hatch right in the middle of the floor with a new page open. The entry was simple. He sat with us tonight, he heard, he stayed. That was it. No signature, no name. I still don't know who us refers to. I don't know if it means the house or the voice or whoever is leaving those notes, making the food, humming. But I do know this. I was not alone anymore. And maybe I never had been. Maybe the house had been waiting for someone to pay attention, someone to listen, someone to stop reacting, and just sit still long enough to hear what it had been trying to say. And I had done that. I had stayed. The next morning, I stayed in bed longer than usual. I didn't want to get up. Not because I was afraid exactly. I just didn't want to find anything new. I felt like I had crossed into a quiet agreement with the house, and if I kept the rhythm slow, maybe things would stop shifting so suddenly. But eventually, I got up. I walked through each room slowly. Nothing was out of place. No new items in the fridge. No pages added to the house book. The humming was gone. The air felt still, almost expectant, like something was waiting for me to react. I didn't. I made coffee. I sat in the same chair I always did. I opened my notebook and just started writing. Not about the changes, not about the attic. I wrote about old memories, places I had lived before, apartments where things never quite fit right. A dorm room in college, where the closet door never stayed closed, no matter how many times I pushed it shut. A short-term rental I stayed in for 3 months that always smelled like lavender, even though I never used anything scented. I don't know why I wrote those things down. It just felt important, like maybe I had missed the earlier signs, like the house had been echoing toward me for longer than I thought, and I had not heard it clearly until now. Around mid-afternoon, I checked the attic again. The book was still there, right under the hatch where I had left it. I stood on the ladder and read the last few entries again, just to be sure I hadn't imagined them. He sat with us tonight, he heard, he stayed. Still there, pencil slightly smudged from my fingers the night before. I finally picked the book up and brought it down. I don't know if that was the right move. I placed it on the coffee table again, flipped a few pages ahead and found something new, another list. This one shorter, only 4 names. My name was the last one on it. Next to each name was a date. The first 3 were old, one from 20 years ago, one from 8, one from just last year. Next to my name was a blank space. No date, no mark. I stared at that for a long time. I started thinking about the others again, the ones mentioned in earlier entries, the people who had lived in this house before me, or maybe stayed in it. I still don't know if those names were tenants, guests, or something else entirely. I did some digging that night, looked up the property history. The records were thin, just a few names listed over the past 50 years, not unusual, but somehow that felt like part of the problem. Too neat, too quiet. I found one name that matched the list, a woman who had owned the house in the late 90s. No online presence, no obituary, nothing beyond a single line and a scanned deed transfer. The trail just stopped. The more I looked, the more I realized this house had gaps, holes where there should have been information, notes, paper trails, but there was nothing, just silence. Around midnight, the humming started again. This time it was slower, almost soft enough to mistake for a low fan or a faraway radio, but it was the same pitch, the same rhythm. I didn't sit in the hallway this time. I stayed on the couch. I opened the house book again and found a fresh entry already written, though I had not heard anyone moving. It just appeared. He is learning the shape of stillness. I didn't know what that meant, but I felt it. I had stopped reacting. I had stopped resisting. I had stopped treating the house like it was broken. And in return, the house had started speaking more clearly. That same night, something new appeared on the kitchen table. A folded piece of paper, thicker than the ones used for the other notes. This one was a different kind of paper, smooth, clean, like resume paper. Inside was a map. It was hand-drawn, a layout of my house, rooms labeled in pencil, not the way I label them, not bedroom or bathroom. They had other names. The room I slept in was labeled Chamber of Delay. The kitchen was called the Offering Place. The hallway was the Listening Path. The attic had no label. There was a small symbol drawn over the attic space, a circle with a line through it. At the bottom of the page, in the corner, was one sentence. Every rhythm ends in stillness. I placed the map next to the house book. That night I did not check the cameras. I didn't need to. I already knew what they would not show. The next morning I woke up feeling different, not well rested, not exactly calm but focused, like I had reached the edge of something and needed to make a choice. I opened the fridge. It was full again. This time the items were different, more familiar. Toasted bread slices wrapped in wax paper, a jar of peanut butter with my old brand from years ago, the one that had been discontinued, a small thermos of black coffee already warm to the touch. Everything was arranged neatly, with care. I sat down at the table and ate. It felt like an offering. Not to me, from me. Like the house had taken something I didn't realize I was willing to give and had made a space for it. I didn't question it. I just let the rhythm keep going. I didn't know what came next, not exactly, but I had already stayed longer than the others, and the house knew that. It had written me in. The day it stopped completely. No warning, no message, just silence. I woke up to the same room, same light coming through the blinds, same blanket half kicked off the bed, but I knew before I even stood up that something had changed. The air didn't feel pressed down anymore. The humming, which had always lingered like a hum in the pipes or a memory in my ears, was just gone. Not faded, gone, like it had never been there to begin with. The fridge was empty again. The book was gone. So was the map. I searched every room, I checked the attic. I moved boxes, reached into the insulation, tapped on every beam. Nothing, not even dust out of place, just a normal attic. Still, quiet, untouched. It wasn't just that the items were gone. The feeling had shifted. The rhythm I had been living with, the strange heartbeat of the house, had stopped. And I was still here. That was the strangest part. I had been half convinced this story would end with me disappearing, or going mad, or being absorbed into whatever force had been watching me. But instead, I was standing in my kitchen, fully awake, perfectly sane, and completely alone. I kept waiting for something to come back, a note, a voice, the creak of a board in the hallway. I even set the cameras up again, watched the feeds late at night, just in case something returned. But they stayed empty. I made my coffee, ate real food again, went outside for the first time in weeks without feeling like I was stepping away from something unfinished. I even slept through the night. No dreams, no shadows. At first, I thought maybe I had passed a test, that I had survived something, endured it long enough to be released. But the more I sat with that idea, the more wrong it felt. It hadn't been a test. It had been a process. And it was over. I still don't know what exactly it was, not in any concrete way, but I know what I saw, what I felt, what I experienced. I lived inside a pattern that reshaped my understanding of space, time, and presence. I was part of something, briefly, fully, quietly. And then it moved on. I checked the attic hatch one last time about a week later. There was a faint fingerprint on the underside. Just one, smudged, too small to be mine. I didn't clean it. I just let it be. I started going outside more, seeing friends again. I even stayed over at Kayla's place for a weekend. She didn't ask too many questions. She could tell something had lifted. At one point she turned to me and said, "You look clear." It was the right word, not happy, not relieved, just clear. I didn't explain the details to her, not because I didn't trust her, but because I didn't think it would translate. This wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't a haunting. It wasn't about fear. It was about proximity to something I still don't have a name for. She let it be, and so did I. I kept the house. I thought about selling it. I even met with a realtor once. But walking through it again with someone else pointing at things and asking questions felt wrong. I realized I didn't want to leave it behind. Because the house had changed me. Or maybe just revealed something that was already there. I think about that a lot now. How much of us is built by what we live around, what we listen to, what we let in, and how quiet that process can be. I found a new notebook recently. It was sitting on the back steps when I got home from work, wrapped in brown paper, unlabeled. Inside were blank pages. Just that. No names. No notes. No maps. But the paper felt familiar. Same thickness, same slight texture, same faint pencil scent. I haven't written in it yet. It doesn't feel like mine to write in, not yet. I leave it on the coffee table, the same place the old book used to sit, and every now and then I flip it open to a random page, still blank, always blank. But I check anyway. because I know how this works now. If something changes, it won't be loud. It will be subtle. A new smell in the hallway. A plate turned half an inch to the left. A name added at the edge of the page. I don't fear it anymore. Whatever lived here, or passed through here, or spoke through walls and silence and humming, it did not want to hurt me. It wanted to make space, and in return, I made space back. I live quietly now, more intentionally. I clean the floors more often. I open the blinds every morning, even if I don't feel like it. I make tea, even if I don't drink it. Sometimes I leave the back door open for a few minutes longer than I need to. Not to invite something in, just in case someone is listening. Because I think maybe that's what the house needed all along. Someone to notice, to stay long enough to learn its rhythm, to live differently, as the note once said. I understand that now, and I think that's why it left. Because it didn't need to stay once it was understood. I don't expect it to return. But if it does, I'll be ready. Not to run, not to fight, just to listen, to sit still, and pay attention. I never thought I'd be one of those people, the kind who posts late at night on some random forum saying, "Hey, I think I saw something." I always figured if something weird happened, I'd keep it to myself, or maybe tell a friend over a beer. But here I am, typing this out in the middle of the night, because I honestly don't know what else to do. It started like a regular night. I live alone in a small house, just outside a town you probably haven't heard of. It's rural Pennsylvania. Forests, farmland, the occasional two-lane road that goes nowhere in particular. My neighbors are a few acres away in either direction, and when it gets dark out here, it gets really dark. No city lights, no traffic sounds, just crickets and wind. That night I couldn't sleep, not unusual for me. I get bouts of insomnia every now and then. Usually I'll sit out on the back porch with a blanket, maybe a mug of tea if I'm feeling restless. Sometimes I'll just listen to the woods. I know it sounds weird, but it's peaceful, familiar, like a quiet that knows you. So I was sitting there, just staring off toward the tree line. There's a small stretch of forest that borders the property. Nothing too dense. You can see straight through to the other side in daylight. But at night, it just turns into this solid wall of black. I was sitting there for maybe 20 minutes, just spacing out, when I saw it. A light. At first I thought it was a plane, maybe one of those medevac helicopters that sometimes cuts across the valley, but it was too low, way too low. It was just above the tree line, maybe 30 or 40 feet up, gliding smoothly from left to right, and it was completely silent. No rotors, no engine noise, not even the whoosh of wind. Just this huge, soft, white glow, like someone had taken a full moon and dipped it in fog. It wasn't casting a beam either, not like a flashlight or a car headlight. The light didn't spill, it just glowed, like the thing was lit from inside, and the light had nowhere else to go. I stood up and walked to the edge of the porch, tried to focus my eyes. It wasn't moving fast, but it wasn't slow either. Just steady, smooth. almost like it was being pulled by something invisible. And here's where it started getting weird. My dog Max didn't react at all. Now, Max is not some lazy old mutt. He's a shepherd mix. Sharp ears, big bark. He usually loses his mind over the sound of airplanes, raccoons, even falling branches. But while I'm standing there, staring at this glowing thing in the sky, Max is asleep in his dog bed just inside the screen door. Not a twitch, not even a head tilt. I called his name, soft at first, then a little louder. He didn't stir. I looked back up. The light had stopped. Dead still, hanging there above the trees, just pulsing slightly, not blinking, not flashing, just breathing. That's the only way I can describe it. The way the light shifted, it felt like it had rhythm, like something alive was keeping time. I pulled out my phone to try and record it. The screen was black. I mean, it was on, but the camera wouldn't focus. I tapped the screen, adjusted the brightness, even flipped the camera a few times. Nothing, just a blur of noise and pixelated garbage. And the weird thing is, the rest of the yard looked fine. Porch lights, fence, even the tree trunks all showed up, just not the light. I gave up after a minute and just watched. It stayed there for maybe 30 seconds. Could have been longer, but time got slippery. I remember feeling like I couldn't move, but not in a scary way. More like I was being told not to. Like everything in me went still because whatever this was didn't want to be interrupted. Then, without warning, it shot straight up. Not diagonally, not fading into the distance. Straight up. Gone. No sound, no wind, just nothing. Like a hole had opened and swallowed it. I stood there for a long time after that, just staring at the sky. It was empty. Stars above, trees below, nothing in between. I could hear the crickets again. I looked down at Max, still sleeping, still undisturbed. Eventually I went inside, locked the doors without really thinking about it, not because I felt in danger, but because something in me said that was the right thing to do. I sat on the couch with the lights off and tried to process it. Every logical part of me tried to explain it away. Weather balloon, drone, reflection. But it wasn't any of those things. I've lived out here long enough to know what a drone looks and sounds like. I've seen weather balloons. This was different. It wasn't just the lack of sound. It was the way it felt. It felt like it saw me. Like it knew I was there, and it let me see it. That's the part I can't shake. It didn't make a mistake. It didn't slip up and let itself be noticed. It let me watch. And now, I can't stop wondering why. Why me? Why then? Why here? I keep thinking about the light, the way it hovered, the way it pulsed, like it was waiting for something or someone. I haven't told anyone in person yet, not because I'm scared they'll think I'm crazy, but because I still don't know what I'd even say. Hey, I saw something that wasn't supposed to be there, and it looked right through me. What do you even do with that? I didn't sleep at all. The sun's coming up now. I made coffee but haven't touched it. Max is finally awake, acting normal, wagging his tail, waiting for breakfast. Like none of it happened. But it did. And I think it's only the beginning. The next day felt wrong from the moment I opened my eyes. I don't mean dramatic wrong, like a horror movie or some eerie omen, just off. Like my body had skipped a beat overnight and was still trying to catch up. I got out of bed slow, even though I hadn't really slept. More like I drifted in and out of shallow dreams that kept looping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that light again, not in the sky, but in my house, pulsing behind the windows, waiting. Max was acting normal, which somehow made things worse. I kept checking him for anything strange, eyes, ears, behavior, but he was just the same happy dog he always was. That should have calmed me down, but it didn't. If anything, it made me feel like I was losing it a little. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and stared at the tree line. Same view, same breeze through the leaves. No glowing objects, no strange hum, no sense of being watched. Just morning sun and bird song, but my mind wouldn't settle. I kept thinking back to the exact moment when it shot upward. How clean that movement had been. There wasn't even a visual trail. 1 second it was there, then gone. I went back inside and opened my phone. Still no good footage. The video I'd taken was pure black, like the sensor didn't even register light. I took a few photos during the day just to make sure the camera still worked. It did. Everything else showed up fine. Porch lights, Max, even my reflection in the screen. But that night, just static. Around noon, I decided to drive into town, maybe pick up some groceries, maybe talk to a few people casually. I wasn't planning on bringing it up directly, just testing the waters, seeing if anyone else felt weird or had noticed something unusual. The grocery store was as normal as ever. Same cashier with the oversized glasses. Same old guy in the corner reading magazines without buying any. I made small talk while bagging my stuff. "Anything weird going on last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She shrugged and said not that she knew of. Just the usual power flickers. I froze for a second. "Power flickers?" I asked. "Yeah," she said, "right around 2 in the morning. Everything blinked out for a second. Came right back, though. Thought it was just one of those rolling outages." I didn't say anything else, just nodded and paid, but my brain was already spinning. I hadn't noticed any flicker. Then again, I'd been outside and the lights inside were off. Still, something about that detail stuck with me. Power doesn't just blink out in these parts without reason. We're not on a fragile grid. Things here are usually steady, even in storms. On the way back home, I decided to take the long way. There's an old back road that runs past the ridge above my property. It's not paved well, mostly gravel and packed dirt, but from up there you can see down over the tree line where the thing had hovered. I parked near the overlook and just sat there for a while, trying to make sense of what had happened. I kept replaying it in my head, over and over. The size of the light, the way it moved, how it just seemed to glide without effort. Then I realized something I hadn't thought of before: the trees. I never heard them move. That might not sound strange if you've never lived in the woods, but when something big moves low over a tree line, you hear it. Branches rustle, leaves shift, sometimes even snap. But that night, it had been dead quiet. The trees didn't move, not a single one. That light had hovered just feet above them, and the leaves hadn't reacted at all. I don't know why, but that realization made my skin crawl. I got out of the truck and walked to the edge of the ridge, looked down across the tops of the trees, trying to pinpoint where it had stopped. It was hard to say exactly. Everything looked so normal now. Just green and brown, and the occasional sway of wind. Still, something tugged at me, a kind of pull, subtle but insistent. I ended up walking down the slope, careful not to lose my footing. There's a narrow deer trail that leads into the woods from the bottom of the ridge, and I figured if I followed it just a bit, I might find something. Burn marks, broken branches, anything that might back up what I'd seen. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, I came to a small clearing I didn't remember being there before. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a single-room cabin, but the ground looked disturbed. Not dug up, but tamped down, flattened, and the grass in the middle was wrong. It wasn't burned, just faded, almost bleached. I knelt down and ran my fingers over it. The soil felt warm, not hot, just warmer than it should have been for a shaded patch of forest. I didn't have a thermometer or anything, but I trust my gut, and my gut was telling me this place hadn't been like this yesterday. Then I noticed something else. The birds were quiet. Not gone, just silent. It wasn't until I started walking back that the unease really set in. I kept feeling like I was being watched, not stalked, not hunted, just observed. Like something was taking notes on me as I moved. I glanced over my shoulder more times than I care to admit. Nothing was there. No animals, no people, no sounds. When I finally made it back to the truck, I realized I had no memory of the walk uphill. I must have done it on autopilot, but that blank spot in my memory hit me like a wave. It was just 10 minutes, maybe 15, but I couldn't recall a single detail of it. No thoughts, no sounds, just a void. I drove home with the windows down, trying to shake the feeling. The wind helped a little, but I kept glancing at the sky, looking for something. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I fed Max, made dinner, tried to watch a movie, but none of it stuck. My thoughts kept circling back to that light, that field, the missing chunk of time. And now, sitting here again at night, typing this, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I didn't just see something. Maybe I was part of it. And if that's true, then I'm not sure it's over. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that field, not how it looked, but how it felt, the silence, the way the air seemed to press inward. I kept hearing that soft, invisible hum that hadn't really been there, but also somehow had. I kept seeing the trees, standing completely still under the glow. And I kept seeing Max, asleep when he shouldn't have been. That detail still nags at me more than any other. Max barks at wind. He howls at the sound of a raccoon brushing the fence. But not that night. That night, he slept like he had been switched off. Around 3 a.m, I gave up trying to rest and sat back on the porch. The stars were out, scattered and sharp. No planes, no lights, just open sky. I didn't know what I was hoping to see. Maybe the light again, maybe proof that I hadn't imagined it, but the night just sat there, quiet and wide, pretending to be normal. I stayed outside until the sun came up. That morning, I decided I needed to talk to someone, not a friend or a neighbor. Someone who might actually understand. I thought about calling the sheriff's office, but what was I going to say? Hey, I saw a silent glowing object float above my yard and my dog didn't bark. They'd either laugh or ask if I'd been drinking. I hadn't, not a drop. I needed someone else. Someone who might have seen what I saw. So I posted online. I found a forum that talked about sightings, not the crazy ones, Not the ones where every paragraph is full of capital letters and words like portal and starseed. Just regular people describing strange things in the sky. I made an account and typed out what had happened. I kept it simple, clean, no big claims, just the facts, the light, the silence, the sudden upward movement, and Max. The post went up around noon. I walked away from the computer after that. Didn't want to sit there hitting refresh. I mowed the lawn, did dishes, swept the garage for no reason. I just needed to move. By early evening, I had a few replies. Most were polite, curious. Some said it was probably a drone or a blimp. One guy even suggested it was a weather phenomenon, something about ball lightning. But two comments stood out. One was from a woman who said she lived about 20 miles south of me. She had seen something similar around the same time, just a glow moving without sound. She didn't record it. Her power went out right as it passed over her barn. The second comment was shorter. They watch from stillness. That was all it said. No follow-up, no name, just that line. I read it 10 times. It sounded poetic, but it hit me like a gut punch. I thought about the field, the light hovering, the way it didn't make a sound. It didn't move like anything with rotors or engines. It didn't even move like a balloon. It moved with purpose, with awareness. I went back out that night, same spot on the porch, same stars overhead, but now I couldn't relax. Every small sound made me sit up straight. Every breeze in the trees made me think I was about to see it again, but it never came. Just hours of waiting under a sky that didn't care. The next morning, I called the electric company, told them I was checking on a recent outage in the area. The woman on the phone said they hadn't recorded any widespread issues, but she paused when I mentioned the time. 2 in the morning, right? Yeah, I said. Why? She said a few people in a scattered area had called in around that time. Lights flickered, phones stopped charging, all small stuff, but it happened close together, like a spike. I asked if that was normal. She said not really. Then she laughed and said, unless the aliens were playing with the switches again. She was joking, but my skin prickled. I started going through old notebooks. I've kept journals over the years, mostly boring stuff. Notes about home repairs, when I got new tires, reminders to get the gutters cleaned. But in the back of one, I found something strange, a short entry from 3 years ago. Woke up at 3:21 a.m. All the lights in the house were on, front door wide open, Max outside, staring at the sky, no memory of getting up. That's all it said. I had no memory of writing it. And I don't remember that night at all. I stared at that page for a long time. The handwriting was mine, no doubt about it. But the event? Nothing. Like someone cut a few minutes out of my life and forgot to glue them back in. That's when I started thinking that maybe this wasn't the first time. Maybe I just hadn't been awake for the others. I went out to the clearing again, took my camera, brought a compass too, just to see if anything would happen. The grass was still pale in the middle, like it had been drained of color. The soil still felt warmer than the ground around it, though less so than the last time. I tried taking photos. They came out fine. Then I set the compass in the center of the clearing. The needle twitched, not a little, a full wobble. It spun slowly for a few seconds, then settled on north, then spun again. I watched it do this 4 times before it finally stilled. I didn't touch it, just walked away. Back at the house, I sat on the porch again, and for the first time, I said the word out loud. Alien. It felt strange, too big, too dramatic, but what else could it be? I didn't want it to be that. I wanted a logical answer, a military test, a power anomaly, a drone with weird tech, something human. But it didn't feel human. I don't think a machine hovers in silence above trees with a light that doesn't shine. I don't think a machine makes your dog sleep when he should bark. I don't think a machine causes memory gaps and warm ground and a compass that can't decide where north is. So maybe it wasn't a machine. Maybe it wasn't a what at all. Maybe it was a who. And maybe it's been here longer than we've been watching. I didn't tell anyone in town. I thought about it. Thought about walking into the diner, grabbing coffee, and easing into a conversation with one of the locals. Maybe one of the older guys who still remembered what stars looked like before satellite clusters filled the sky. But something stopped me. It wasn't just fear of sounding crazy. It was deeper than that. I started to feel like talking about it out loud might somehow invite it back. Like the more attention I gave it, the more real it would become. Instead, I focused on the clearing. I went back every day for almost a week, brought different tools each time. A cheap EMF reader I picked up online, a soil thermometer, a journal. The readings didn't make sense. The EMF meter spiked randomly in the center of the circle, then went quiet like nothing happened. The soil thermometer showed temperatures 4 to 5 degrees higher than the surrounding ground. But only in the center, and only for short periods. It would drop back to normal within minutes, as if something invisible came and went while I wasn't looking. The weirdest part was the wind. There was none. Every time I stood in that clearing, the air went still. Not a single leaf moved. The birds didn't sing. Even Max, when I brought him along, would freeze at the edge of the tree line and refuse to step any closer. He wasn't scared, not exactly, just cautious. Alert, like he was standing at the edge of something he didn't understand. One afternoon, I brought a folding chair and just sat there for an hour, listening, waiting. About 30 minutes in, I started to feel wrong. It's hard to describe. Not dizzy, not sick. Just like I didn't fully belong in my own body. My thoughts slowed down. My hands felt heavier. My chest buzzed with something like static. Not loud, but definitely there. I tried to write in my notebook, but couldn't hold the pen steady. My fingers kept twitching. Then it stopped. Just like that, the feeling lifted, the buzzing vanished, and everything went back to normal. I walked home in silence, trying to shake the sensation. That night, I dreamed of the clearing, except it wasn't empty. In the dream, there was something in the middle. Not a ship, not a being, just a presence. A tall shape, blurry at the edges, pulsing with that same white light I'd seen over the trees. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, watching. When I woke up, my hands were dirty, like I'd been digging. I ran outside in my pajamas, barefoot, not caring about the cold or the wet grass. I ran to the clearing and found a spot near the center where the ground had been disturbed, just slightly. Like someone had pressed down into the dirt with their palm. There was nothing inside the imprint, just soil, but it matched the size of a human hand, fingers outstretched, not mine. I didn't sleep the next night. I sat by the window instead, watching the woods. No lights appeared, no strange sounds, just the steady rhythm of a quiet forest doing what it always did. By the third day, I started writing everything down, not just the facts, but the thoughts, the weird emotions that would wash over me out of nowhere, a sudden urge to go outside at midnight, a strange calm that would hit me in the middle of the day. I began to wonder if whatever I saw that night didn't just vanish. Maybe it left something behind. That idea scared me more than anything else, because it meant this wasn't just an encounter. It was a connection. I tested it once, stood in the clearing at exactly 2 in the morning, the same time I'd seen the light. I didn't bring my phone, didn't bring any tools, just me and the night. I stood there for 10 minutes. Nothing happened. Then the wind stopped. Not slowed down, stopped. The trees around me went still. The air became thick, heavy. The silence pressed into my ears like deep water. I couldn't hear my own breathing. Then I felt it again. That presence. Not in front of me this time, behind. I turned around slowly, heart pounding. There was nothing there. No shapes, no shadows, just empty woods. But my body knew something was there. Every nerve in me lit up. I wanted to run, but I couldn't, not out of fear, because part of me wanted to stay. Then it ended. The wind returned. A breeze brushed through the branches. An owl hooted in the distance. It was like someone had lifted a curtain I didn't know was there. I walked home without looking back. That was the last time I went to the clearing. At least for now. I spent the next few days trying to live normally. Grocery runs, cleaning the house, watching old movies I'd seen 100 times, but there was always something beneath it all. A sense that I'd been marked in some way, not branded, not tracked, just seen and remembered. I started checking the forums again, reading new posts. A few people said they'd seen similar lights. Most were scattered across different states, a couple in Canada. One guy from Maine said he found a circle in his field just like mine. No burn marks, just pale grass and still air. His power had also blinked out for a few seconds. Another message came from someone nearby. Not exact, but close. A town about an hour west. They described seeing a non-directional light hovering low, completely silent. Same night, same time. They also mentioned losing time, about 20 minutes gone, unaccounted for. I sent them a message, still waiting on a reply. That's where I'm at now. Writing this, trying to make sense of something that doesn't seem interested in being understood. Because that's the thing that keeps eating at me. This wasn't a one-off. It wasn't some strange weather balloon or military test or satellite trick of the light. This was real. And I think it's still happening. Not just to me. Not just here. I don't know what they are. But I think they've been here longer than we think. And I don't think they ever really leave. I started noticing patterns. It happened slowly, like I was piecing together a puzzle I didn't know I was building. At first it was little things. Static on the radio when I drove past the ridge above the clearing. Street lights flickering out when I walked Max late at night, always the same two near the intersection. My phone would randomly reboot when I tried to open the weather app, and it wasn't just glitches. I started seeing the number 321 everywhere. Clocks, receipts. My oven timer reset itself to 3:21 one afternoon, blinking like I'd set it on purpose. That was the same time I wrote down in the journal entry from years ago, the one I had no memory of, the one where I woke up with the front door open. Maybe none of it means anything, but maybe it all does. The person from the nearby town finally replied to my message. Their name was Jamie. We exchanged a few emails. Jamie was older, retired, lived on a farm about an hour and 15 minutes west of me. She said she had never really believed in any of this stuff before. Never watched the documentaries, never read about encounters. But after that night, she couldn't stop thinking about what she saw. Her story matched mine almost exactly. A silent, glowing object hovering low above her field. No sound, no flashing lights, just a soft, steady pulse like it was breathing. Her animals stayed quiet the whole time. No barking, no howling. She said even the cows didn't move, which struck her as strange because they usually freaked out over anything unfamiliar. Then she mentioned something else. About a week before the sighting, she started waking up at exactly 3:21 every morning. Not because of a sound, not because of a nightmare. Just suddenly wide awake, like her body knew something her mind didn't. I asked if she'd had any other strange experiences. Dreams, maybe. Missing time. She hesitated, then said yes. She'd had a dream the night before the sighting. Said she saw herself standing in the middle of her field, barefoot, looking up at the sky. In the dream, the stars weren't where they should be. They were moving, shifting into shapes she didn't recognize, and then a light came down, not blinding, just present. She felt warmth, not heat, more like a pressure in her chest. And then she woke up. I told her about the clearing, about the handprint in the soil, and the feeling of being watched. She didn't laugh, didn't doubt. She just said, "I think they're waking us up." That line stuck with me. That night, I sat on my porch with a notepad in my lap, trying to write it all down. Not for the internet, not for a forum, just for myself. I wanted to get it all out of my head and onto something real. Something I could hold. Halfway through writing, my porch light blinked once and went out. Then my phone buzzed even though it was on silent. I picked it up and saw a new notification. Camera detected motion. I had forgotten I'd set up one of those trail cams near the clearing. It was a cheap one, barely had night vision. I'd set it low on a tree trunk, just as an experiment. I had only checked the card once before and found nothing but deer and shadows. But now it had triggered. I opened the app. No live feed, just a frozen image. A shape. I don't know how to describe it without sounding like I'm making it up. It wasn't humanoid, but it wasn't totally foreign either. The shape was tall, narrow, and blurred at the edges. The camera hadn't focused properly, or maybe it had, and the thing just didn't want to be seen clearly. There was a faint glow around it, the same kind of light I remembered from the original sighting. Soft, white, contained. The image had been taken at exactly 3:21 in the morning. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel anything really, just numb, like my mind had stepped back and let the rest of me process what it couldn't handle. Eventually, I downloaded the image, put it on a USB stick, and locked it away in a drawer. I didn't want to look at it again. The next day, I drove out to the clearing. The air felt heavy before I even stepped out of the truck. Max refused to leave the vehicle. He just sat there, ears down, tail still. I walked into the woods alone. The clearing hadn't changed. The grass in the center was still pale, the soil still warmer than the rest. But something else was there now. A small pile of stones. Not natural. Stacked. 5 flat rocks, placed carefully in the center, each one slightly smaller than the one beneath it. Balanced, deliberate. I hadn't built it. I hadn't seen anyone else out there. No tire tracks. No footprints, just that pile. I didn't touch it. I walked around it once, slowly, keeping my distance. Then I left. That evening, I sat by the fireplace and stared at the blank TV screen. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want noise. I just wanted stillness. But even in the quiet, I felt it. That same presence. Not threatening, not close, just watching. Jamie messaged again. Said she'd had another dream. This time she saw multiple lights, all lined up across the sky, forming a perfect triangle. She said it didn't feel like a warning. It felt like an invitation. She asked me if I'd go back to the clearing at 3:21 and see what happened. I haven't answered her yet. I don't know what I'll do. But I think something's building. Something deliberate. And whatever it is, I don't think it's random. I think they're choosing. And somehow, I think I've already been chosen. I didn't sleep the night before. I tried. I really did. I laid in bed with the lights off, the window open just enough to let in the breeze. Max curled up beside me like usual, but my mind wouldn't slow down. Every minute dragged like an hour, each one inching closer to the time I'd promised myself I would finally go back. 3:21. That was the time. The number that kept following me, showing up on clocks and screens and receipts. The number written into that old journal entry I couldn't remember writing. It felt like a door. Not a metaphorical one. A real one. And I was finally ready to open it. At 3 o'clock, I got up, dressed quietly, and grabbed the flashlight. I didn't bring my phone, didn't bring a camera. I didn't want to record anything. I just wanted to be present. Max watched me from the doorway as I laced up my boots, but he didn't try to follow. It's like he knew this wasn't something he was supposed to be part of. The night was cold and sharp. Stars hung over the trees like pinholes in the sky. Everything around me felt alive, not loud but attentive, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I took the old deer trail out to the clearing. My boots crunched the underbrush. The flashlight stayed off. I didn't need it. The path was muscle memory now. When I reached the edge of the trees, I stopped. The clearing looked the same, still, pale in the middle, but the air was thick, heavier than it should have been. It didn't feel oppressive, just full, like something was waiting. The pile of rocks was still there in the center, 5 stones stacked with care. I hadn't touched them since I found them. I checked the old watch on my wrist. 3:20. 1 minute. I stepped into the clearing and stood in the center, right next to the stones. I didn't speak, didn't move. I just breathed and listened. The moment the watch ticked over to 3:21, everything stopped. No wind, no night sounds, no heartbeat in my ears, just a total, weightless stillness. Then the light came. Not from above, from everywhere. It didn't blind me. It surrounded me. A soft white glow that didn't cast shadows. It didn't burn. It didn't buzz. It just was. The same light I'd seen above the trees that night, but this time I was inside it, wrapped in it. It felt like being submerged without water. And then I saw them. Not people, not exactly. Shapes. Tall, narrow, shimmering at the edges like heat waves. Not solid, but not empty. I couldn't see faces, couldn't see hands, but I felt presence, intelligence, not cold. Not warm either, just curious, observing. They didn't move toward me, they didn't make a sound, but I felt them speak, not in words but in emotion, a deep, calm resonance that filled my chest like music I couldn't hear. And then I felt the question. Not asked with language, just placed inside me. Are you ready? I didn't answer out loud, I just thought it. Yes. The moment I thought it, everything changed. The light shifted, warmer now. The air grew dense again. I could feel something pressing into me, not physically, but through memory. Flashes of my life played behind my eyes, my childhood. My parents, the night Max came home for the first time, all of it unspooling like film. I didn't feel judged, just known. Then I saw things I couldn't explain. Not memories, not mine. Endless black skies filled with color that doesn't exist here. Massive, impossible shapes floating through space like thoughts. A planet made of crystal, a structure hanging over a storm like a crown. Lights dancing between trees with purpose, with pattern, not chaos, not accident. Everything was deliberate. Everything was connected. I felt something settle inside me then, not knowledge exactly, not a revelation, just understanding. Like a missing part of me had been returned, and now I could finally remember how things were always meant to be. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been seconds, could have been years, but slowly the light began to fade, not away, just back, like it was retreating behind a veil. And as it did, the shapes vanished too, one by one, not in fear, in peace. I blinked, and the clearing was normal again. Stars above, cool air on my face, the pile of stones still stacked neatly at my feet. But I was different. I could feel it in my bones. I walked home slowly. The trees no longer felt like trees. The night no longer felt like night. Everything was the same, but also more real, more awake. Like I'd been looking at the world through a fogged window, and someone had finally wiped it clean. Max greeted me at the door, tail wagging, calm. I sat on the porch with him and waited for the sun to rise. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, the number has stopped appearing. The power hasn't flickered once. The clearing feels empty now. Not abandoned. Completed. Jamie messaged me a few days later, said she hadn't had any more dreams, said the triangle lights hadn't returned. I asked her if she felt different. She said yes. She couldn't explain it either. We didn't talk about it again. I still go for walks in the woods. I still live the same quiet life in the same quiet house. But I see things differently now. The patterns in the trees, the way light moves across the sky. The stillness that used to scare me now feels like a welcome. I don't tell people about it, not because I'm afraid they won't believe me, but because they don't need to. This wasn't about proving anything. It was about remembering. Remembering that we're not alone. That maybe we never were. And that sometimes, when the timing is right and the silence is deep enough, something will look back. Not to hurt, not to take, but to remind us that we are seen, that we are part of something far older and wider than we've been told. And that sometimes, if you stand still in just the right spot, they'll let you feel it for yourself. I don't need more answers. Not anymore. I was there. And that's enough.